Hi everyone, it's Killshot99 Gaming. This is Playdead Live, the Morgue, MIR versus VOX. This is VOX's first home game, so this completes the cycle. We will now have seen everyone's home field advantage, and I didn't intentionally set this up, but this map is my favorite. Of all the ones I've seen, I just stare at this one a lot. It's really good. All of you guys have great home fields, but there's just something about the color coordination in this one that I really, really like. So you'll see what I'm talking about soon. I'm sure you'll like your home field better, but I like this one. It is so VOX. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Busy says, I love it too. Yeah, when I saw this one did jump off the page to me. So I think we're having a lot of fun tonight. We've got a great piece of gear. I know you guys love Disperse. PCP points are up to date. Big shout out to Julia, the work that she puts in to keep up those PCP points. It is a lot of work. So all of these visuals we show you guys tonight, I mean, they're 30 minutes an hour. So to put one of these matches together is about 5 to 6 hours of prep time between the maps and the visuals and the bundles and the squid and all of those things. So we have a lot of fun with it, and I'm so glad that you guys really take this game to the limits, just like the Eagles. We're going to take it to the limits one more time. All right. We'll show you guys the standings tonight. So I'm going to take you down to the standings, and we do have, after a really good back and forth battle, a little bit of controversy the other night, but not the first game we've ever had with some controversy, and it won't be the last, but both teams played excellent. Here are standings right now. We got Ark at 2-0 with a 916 point differential. We've got MIR at 1-0 with a 738 point differential. MIR going into VOX tonight. We got VOX 0-1. They had that first game, rough outing against Ark. And then Sly, I see Ocean Man. Ocean Man giving them the biceps, Ocean Man. So Ocean Man's like, well, let me tell you guys a little something, because I'm gonna be back in full effect next week. So we got Sly, obviously, as I said, 0-2, not out of the gates the way they wanted, but we know how good Sly is. Sly has won more regular season games the last 3 seasons than any team. So Sly's gonna be okay. Trust me when I tell you that. All right, take a look up top at the schedule. We've got Ark versus MIR next Monday night. Ark versus MIR could be a battle for first place, right? So that's going to be a good game. Next Wednesday night, we got Sly going to VOX. Sly coming right back here. So Ray, Company, Deadly Dimes, Craven, Crimson, all of you guys, Bones, take a look at the map, because you're going to be playing here next week. Then we take off Halloween. We are not streaming on Halloween, everybody. If we do a stream, it'll be a Freestyle Friday type of event. I see Sniper Tim in the house. What's up, Sniper Tim? Sniper Tim might be looking for a faction to get in some action. Maybe one of you guys reach out, get Sniper Tim in there. Who could use an extra sniper? So we are not streaming on Halloween. And then that Wednesday, you can see we've got MIR versus Sly. And then, can you guys see what's going on November 7th and November 9th? Who can type it in chat for me right now? What is going on November 7th? That's right, you better believe it. VOX versus MIR. Red Wedding. And then Wednesday, could you think of a better Monday night seemed like a red wedding. How about Sly going to Ark for a rematch? That's going to be a red wedding. So those two teams, when they play, that's going to be a red wedding. Here's the thing. You can't see it on the schedule yet, but later on in the month of November, we will have the exact opposite of these matches. So there will be a MIR at VOX red wedding, and then a Ark at Sly red wedding. So if you play a team in that type of format, you will be playing them again in the same type of format at the other team's home field. Now, what is a red wedding match? It is the home team gets to pick 3 players to put red vest on, and those 3 players get to use 2 legendaries that game. The visiting team still gets to pick 2 players. So they still have 2 players they're going to be using 2 legendaries. So the home field just gets 1 additional one. Depending on the legendaries, might not be as big as you think. Now, here's what I also want to remind you guys. If you play a red wedding game, whoever you pick cannot wear a red vest again until everybody on your team has worn that red vest. So you need to strategize who you're playing. So the first game, let's say it's Sly. Sly might say, hey, instead of going with Craven, Dimes, and Crimson, why don't we go with Craven? Let's leave Dimes until the next time. Let's have Joe, so you can mix match it how you want. So it might not just be, your big 2, your big 3. You might want to mix it up, but everybody's going to get an opportunity to wear that red vest. Correct. Everybody else can still play their 1 legend. All right. Awesome stuff, everybody. So, are you guys excited? Who's excited about the specialty matches? Give me a 999 if you can't wait to try one of these out, but you got to wait till November 7th once everybody's kind of gotten familiar with it. All right, let me take you to a little something else. How about the all-new PCP board? This is the player control points. Take a look at these standings. Oh, my goodness. Look at the gold bars up there. You're talking about MVP names that are up there. I see Busy, Crimson, Dimes, Moonshot, Cat, Trigger, Bones, and the Assassin. Crimson in that category. Well, guess where else Crimson is? She's in the next category. Defender of the Year, tied with Dow. We got Crimson, Dow, Julie J, and Cat. Cat in the first 2 categories. Crimson in the first 2 categories. If I'm thinking Player of the Year, I'm looking at that. Let's go down to Ruffled Feathers. Now we got Dow, Julia, and Craven. That means Julia's in 2 categories. MVP, Dow's in 2 categories. MVP, take a look at the Rover. Now we got Craven and Moon and Julia. That puts Moon in 2 categories, MVP candidate. Craven in multiple categories. Julia now in 3 categories and Dimes in 2. So if I'm looking at the Players of the Year, I'm taking a strong look at all these categories. Go to the tank, the cannonballs. Now you got Gemstone up there. Dimes in a 3rd category. Samurai. We got Football Master in reverse order. Look at that. He's like, that is a true ninja. When you're like backwards like that. Football, what are you doing? He's hiding behind his little shroud there. Then you got Craven like. Craven's like, check me out. I'm in 3 in a row. 1, 2, 3. And then you go to the orbs. And in the orbs, you got Trigger now in a 2nd category. And then you got Julia now in a 4th category. Might be the only player in 4 so far, perhaps. So, good starts by everybody. The Assassin getting her name out there. Craven getting his name out there. Trigger, Dimes. I mean, so much talent on this board. It is going to be a fight from start to finish. Get your stats. Get your stats, everybody, because people are going to remember this. We're going to see even more stats tonight. All right, so that is the PCP points. And you know what? How about everybody, can we give just a huge acknowledgement round of applause for Team VOX? 2 seasons ago, they won the championship. Last season, they were runners-up. So, back-to-back seasons where VOX has been on the final stage. So, VOX, I want to give you guys a big shout-out. You guys have been incredible the last 2 seasons. You got the V120, and tonight, everybody, oh boy, even though they were the runners-up, we got a brand new smoke named appropriately for VOX. It is the Sin Smoke, everybody. This smoke is so good. It is so good you can't use it tonight. Everybody from Team VOX is going to get a free Sin Smoke. Don't worry. It's also going to be in tonight's bundle, so you'll have a chance to get it. But I need to tell you what it does. I almost want to wait till we do the bundle to tell you what it does, but it is in tonight's bundle. So if you think the gear is good, here's what Sin Smoke does. It's good. It's good. You cannot play it tonight. Sin Smoke does not have range, okay? You play it, and it goes over and it hits a target. It's not preventable, but you can't unholy it, all right? When you play Sin Smoke, where's Craven at? Craven, give me a 999 for here, because I need to use you as an example. Let me make sure people are here when I explain this, because this is going to be a good one. So we've got, hopefully, there's Craven. Craven, pick a target. Pick somebody that you would love to use Sin Smoke on. All right, so Craven is going to drop Sin Smoke, and he's going to target Moon. Now, Craven, I'm going to ask you to pick. You don't have to pick the gear, but tell me a stat that you want to affect on Moonshot. It could be health, damage, base, AP, APR. Base. So I'm going to look at all of Moon's gear, all 17 pieces that he's wearing of Enforcer gear, and I'm going to pick the piece of gear that has the highest base. And I'm taking that piece of gear off of him, which also means whatever health, damage, AP, and APR that's on that gear as well is coming off of him. So he's sinning, right? He's undressing, taking his clothes off. So this is the Sin Smoke. So you pick base, and that piece of gear comes off. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, you're going to ask me, does it stack? What can you do? What can you do? Yes, it does stack. And it goes into the temple. Hold on. Yes, see, I already knew. I already knew Craven's going to say, can it be stacked? Yes. That piece of gear goes into a temple chamber. The only way they can get their gear back is to go into the temple. And since there's only 2 temple chambers, there can only be 2 people's gear in there at any given time. So if somebody stacks your gear and you're missing it, you got to find a way to get in the temple. Somebody might be sitting there camping out in the temple, and you're like, no, you got to get the hell out because I got to get in and get my gear. So somebody's going to have to move out so you can move in and get it. And if you don't get it, you're going to be missing that gear and those stats. No, they don't have to end the round, but they do have to get into the temple to pick it up. Just go there. But you still got to get in. You can't get in if somebody else is in. And if somebody's like, hey, I'm going to camp out here and get my 5 rounds to get an orb, then you're going to be like, well, I don't want to leave for the orb. Well, I need my gear. Well, sorry, you lost your gear. So it can stack up to 4 times. So you can lose up to 4 pieces of gear. That's a lot of stats. That's a lot of sinning. So you'll pick the piece of gear with the highest stat, and I'm going to take that piece. You won't pick the gear. You'll tell me which stat, and I'm going to take off the piece of gear that has the highest. So if you say health, I'm going to take off one of their Enforcer chest pieces. So, can't play it tonight, but you'll understand how good of a smoke this is. I told you guys, it's going to be a lot of movement. Going to be a lot of movement in the Morgue. And the artwork is pretty dang amazing, too. Okay, more to come on Sin Smoke. And this is courtesy of VOX, and everybody from VOX, you are starting out with 1 Sin Smoke just for finishing where you finished. And if you get tonight's bundle, you'll pick up another one. All right. Holy cow, Ron. Ron, I just, oh my, Ron, I hope you're okay. I just got your message. Are you okay? that, that is rough. Yeah. Ron was pole dancing. Oh my goodness. Oh man. All right, Ron. Okay. But hey, everybody, that is Sin Smoke. It is really, really good. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. And like we said earlier in the week, like we said last night, this is such a cool gaming family. You guys are absolutely awesome. There's nothing I would rather do on Monday, Wednesday, Friday night than hang out and PvP or play a story with you guys. So that is Sin Smoke. I'm going to take you guys to tonight's bundle. A lot of people picked up this bundle because it is dang good and it has a lot of extras in it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Most of these are by request. There were a lot of requests. I'll take you up top to the silver bundle. ASC, Iron, couple of QWERTY grenades, couple of gas blast grenades, 5 post-battle pet revive. I'm going to double you up top. I'm going to give you 2 Hex, 2 Dyneema, and because you guys love using these waxes, I'm going to give you 2 of each of the waxes. That's bow, blade, grenade, armor, bullets, and also max wax black for your extra AP. We got red bundle tonight. It's Dire Red, Lagoon Ruby, Mayhem, Combat Orbs, Elemental Firestone, the first, and the one that people have the most of is the Firestone. Red Summon Skin, Savage 6, Mag 7, Super 8. And by request, Dire Death Gem. You got a lot of gear. You need to pump it up with what you want. When I send out a message, by the way, and say bundle request, just want to let you guys know, that's not whether or not you're requesting a bundle tonight. Hopefully, you guys know. When I send out those requests, it means request items that you want included in that bundle. Just want to make sure. So, because a lot of people requested today, and if there's something you need, something you're missing, it is first come, first serve. I try to get a lot of these items in there. So I'm going to take you over to the gold bundle. Dire Blue, Lagoon Sapphire, Robust Glyph, Max Spark by request, Vine and Stronghold Speed by request, Unholy by request, Platinum, Onyx, and my goodness, it's blank. What could the bonus be between gold and green? Anybody think they know what this bonus is going to be tonight? Huh. We'll get back to that. We're going to go to green. I got Energy Orb, Arrowhead, Spider Silk, Blue Spark. Sparks are single. Remember, we got Toxic Raid, Cryptic Glyph, Max Seal, Mania by request, Hulk by request. And then up top, Gold Summon Skins, Mythic Summon Skins, Enforcer Gem, Sin Smoke. Everybody's getting Sin Smoke. If you're VOX, you get one for free. And if you're VOX and you get the bundle, well, you get one for free. You're starting out with 2. And I'm going to show you guys this artwork again. It's a badass chick with some claws, by the way. I mean, that's the Sin Smoke. Beautiful, beautiful design. So, there you go. And tonight's piece of gear, the best cloak ever put together. This is the cape, ladies and gentlemen. It is H650, D350, base 150, 100 AP, and doubling up the disperse. So if you loved that Phantom cape that we had last season, you're like, hey, I got 5 disperse on this. Well, now you can retire that cape and double up your disperse. So if you're rocking this, you're going to have 15 disperse. Like Bone says, more boom power for the bomber of Bones. You better believe it. That's going to double your disperse from that previous cape. And Kel's going to get mad at me because she's probably going to be like, we didn't need to do this. This bundle is the best bundle we've ever put together. But I thought about it and I said, people have been hitting a lot of walls lately, so why not? Let's give everybody a free loader bundle, 100 free loaders. You guys know the value of that. So we're going to give you 100 loaders in tonight's bundle as well to make sure that with all those cool grenades you've been throwing, that you got plenty of things to attach to them. So, because I don't know, some of you guys might be getting low on your loaders. We're going to be doing inventory next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend, so you'll know. Might be the last inventory that I have to physically do. There's a very good chance that next time we go to do inventory, it's going to be via portal. Strong possibility. So, Kel is going to put up all the bundles. It's a lot. And thank you guys. Appreciate you guys picking up this gear, being true to the game, rocking all these items. Our box event, you guys know, has been pushed back to next Thursday. So here's kind of our schedule. We got tonight's game. Friday night, we got Slayer's Lair 2. We got a little PDL-opoly challenge going on, so be there for that. Saturday, there will likely be no Clash because what I'm hearing is we got a really, really big portal update coming. So me and the portal crew will probably be working on some things, hopefully get some testing out to people. Sunday, we got nothing going on. We got matches Monday, we got a match Wednesday, and then next Thursday, we got a box event. And I'm going to tell you guys, the last box event with the Legends, the Cosmics, all of those Cosmic Wands, everything we put together, it was crazy good. So that thing is sold out, and you're going to want to be a part of that. But we haven't done a box event in a few weeks, so that next box event is going to be great as well. So a lot of cool stuff going on with everybody. All right, you can see tonight's bundles. We got Trigger, Fly, Bones, Valar, Deacon, B-Dub, Craven, Jules, Ron, Moonshot, Crimson, Dow, Cat, Samurai, Dimes, Busy, Football, Pope, J-Law, Jim, Raging, Tiny, and Kel. That is absolutely jam-packed. All right, so Moon's ready. And I'm glad he put that up there because I want to remind you guys, we got a brand new rule tonight. No, don't worry about it, Jason, because it's a perfect transition for me. So tonight, when we say pre-match buffs, no substitutes type pre-match buffs. I only want your buffs if you are a starter. Buffs are now going to be put in play when you come in the game. So if you're coming in off the bench, you will put your buffs in. The reason we're doing that, for a couple reasons, is we are now going to keep more concealed the players who are playing. So will be more, you won't know who's subbing, you won't know who is coming in. So when we get to round 3 and I say such and such is coming in, at that point you'll put your buffs in. And big shout out to B-Dub. That was something B-Dub was working on last night, and I absolutely love it. I think it is great for the game. So it is going to create a little bit more mystery. The other thing that's going to happen is I'm not going to tell you who's playing, who's subbing, any of those things. So you don't know who's playing tonight. You don't know who's not playing tonight. When we go to the map, you'll see everybody's avatar up there. You're not going to know who's playing. The only thing I will do is if somebody's playing a cyborg, I will tell you. Tonight, nobody is playing a cyborg. So cyborgs will be used or disabled or one or the other. All right? Starters. Give me your pre-match buffs. That would be Moon, Amanda, Kel, B-Dub, Deacon, Ron, Trigger, and Cat. Those are the only 8 players that should give me your pre-match buffs at this point. And again, I'm going to take you to the map. I want to give a big shout out to all of our super fans. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the VOX Morgue map. It is really, really good. And you see our honorary captains in the middle. We've got Kathy. We got Seth. We got Mike W. And we got Diana C. And then you got every other avatar in no particular order. So no clue as to who could play, who might not play, who's subbing when, who's subbing where. So thank you to our super fans. I'm going to put Diana C over here. I'm going to put Ray Jen up here somewhere. I'm going to put Mike W over here. I'm going to put Seth over here, Samurai, and I'm also going to put Kathy over here watching their respective teams. All right, everybody, here is tonight's order and beautiful map. So we're going to have Trigger will be kicking us off first. Trigger will be followed by B-Dub, Trigger in the Bomber Zone, B-Dub in the Tank Zone. Then we go to Father Ron, who's in the Rover Zone, followed by Amanda in the Bomber. We go to the Deacon in the Tank Zone, followed by Kel in the DZ. Kel will be followed by Kat, and Kat will be followed by Moonshot. So with tonight's game, I'm going to keep you guys on pace. We're going to play fast. There will be a battleground later on in the year where we actually reward players for playing fast. If they beat the timer, they will get a bonus point. Not a lot, but it'll be a little bit. So we'll have a timer up there, and if you get your move in before the timer, we're going to give you just a little point. And somebody else get a point. Could be 20 or 30 points by the end of the game. But it'll be a speed match, and we'll see how fast we can do it. All right, let's kick this thing off. Trigger, you are first, and let's see what you got. Let's see what you've been thinking about all day. We got B-Dub as a captain. We got Father Ron as a captain. Look at Trigger. Trigger's like, hey, I'm going to move to the temple steps. You can do that. Absolutely. We'll put her right here. And once she gets to the temple steps, she is going to play Dark Boss to Main Street. She can absolutely do that as well. Dark Boss playing in 1. Would cap in 3. And would give her a bonus 25 as well. All right. After Dark Boss, she is going to go Seal Smoke, Spruce to Temple Fire, and going to hinder B-Dub. So going to give B-Dub -1. B-Dub is their tank. All right. Let me know if it hits B-Dub. Temple Steps, Dark Boss, Seal, Spruce to the Fire. Spruce to the Fire does hit. We got one of our chambers is doused. B-Dub, you're in the tank zone and your first act. You're on the clock, B-Dub. We got B-Dub, then we got Father Ron, and then we got Unforeseen. All right, she's going to go Ward to Amanda, drop a seal. All right, she's going to have to leave the tank zone. So we're going to move her within range. Give Ward to Amanda. Play a seal on herself. Going to hinder the Deacon to give him a -1. If they ain't putting a hinder on you, they don't love you. And going to go Rapture, loaded to the wall. Rapture, let's get a teardrop. B-Dub, got the grenade wax, but no additional juice. Good idea to throw that first one and see what the hit's going to be like. Give her a black block, and we're going to give her 25% of a green block. Got 75 green remaining. 1 1/4 with the Rapture. All right, let's kick it over to Father Ron in the rover zone. Ron, you're on the clock. Give you 20 seconds, sir. Ron's going to jump into rover. Rover Ron is what they call him. Let's give Ron a tire. Get him on the board with 25 points. Get him in that leaderboard. All right, after he jumps into rover, he's going to move to the temple. Driving on over. Going to send a boss over to their chest. Ron playing boss in 1. We'll cap in 3. Going to hinder B-Dub. Give her a -2. Rapture to the wall, B-Dub, and a seal. She says it hits. All right, let's seal him. Same buffs, same grenade, same result, 75 green. Each team with 1 3/4 blocks remaining. Gets in the rover, moves to the temple, plays a ball, seals, rapture, and hinder. Let's go over to unforeseen. Unforeseen in the house. Amanda, you're on the clock. Give you 20 seconds. Activate Burnous. You better believe you will. That wall is nerfed by her legendary. Going to drop a heal and thrill. Going to steal Deacon's boss. Deacon has no boss this game. Going to send boss to their chest. By default, Ward will dismiss, so it auto dismiss. Amanda playing boss in 1. We'll cap in 3. Yep, thank you, Jason. Get that teardrop over on VOX as well. All right, so we got Burnous. Going to nerf the wall. Heal and thrill. Going to give her a little bit of bonus action. Steal Deacon's boss. Send boss to their chest. And H9 Red's Revenge. Amanda bringing the firepower early. And Ron says, gold blue from Trigger. First blue of the game. Put it right there. That beautiful and busy. We decided to go with a maple tree for Ron, right? That is a maple tree. Isn't that what we went with? Okay. Yeah, there's some story behind that, Ron. Just so you know, we specifically selected a maple tree. All right. Anyway, just some cool stuff that we do. All right. Burnous to the wall. Heal and thrill, which would give her basically an H10. Ron shuts it down. And when they play the gold, it's going to break her absorption. And Amanda has absorption from seasons back. All right, so let's go from Amanda over to the Deacon. That is correct. That's why. It was a Canadian reference. All right, Deacon says, get me in the tank, baby. All right, Deacon, we see you. Deacon jumping in the tank, grabbing that cannonball. So we got 25 points for Deacon. Going to seal. Going to haunt Moon. What are we going to take away from Moon, by the way? Which stat? All right, so we're going to play. Deacon has Rodney out, the Roadrunner. Going to play a seal. So in the tank with a seal, with a Roadrunner. B-Dub says it hits. Now Deacon is going no juice, but he gets an E1 from the tank, but he has a -1. Remember, round 1, Moon, going to haunt your damage, going to lower his damage. Move to the tank, drop a seal, lithium loaded. He would get a +1 from the tank, but he's got a -1 from Hinder. Going to haunt Moon for damage, going to summon Rod, and it hits with no juice on it. And we're going to get a full green block from the Deacon. Still got 75 green remaining. All right, let's go from Deacon over to Kel. Kel in the DZ. Give Kel 20 seconds, and then we got Cat, and then we got Moon. Kel's going to head over to the Temple Steps from the DZ, right here beside Trigger. Mythic Torrent, Strawman. Going to light a flame. Drop a seal, and she's going to throw a Cadet Ron to put that flame out in the Temple. Ron does not want that flame put out. You know it's a VOX. Yeah, he's like, wait, I can't allow Cadet. Can't let you have that flame. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Can't play red-blue to a Cadet, Ron. No, no, no. Cadet is blue-proof. Going to use the prevention. So Ron is going to prevent it. All right, first prevention, prevent the Cadet. Let's go over to Cat. Cat, you're up. Can somebody report this adult dating site and let them know that we're all like 13 years old and we're minors and they're soliciting to underage people and players so they go to prison? That's true. It's a sin smoke. The sin smoke got him. All right, give Cat about 15 seconds, get her move in, and then Moonshot will finish out the round. All right, Cat's going to play Rod. Going to drop a seal. Going to hinder Bonnie. Bonnie's up to a -3. Welcome to the world of hinder, everybody. All right, Rod, seal, Cadet to Strawman, and hinder. B-Dub, she wants to extinguish that one flame you got lit up. What do you say? It hits. All right, let's extinguish it. Moonshot, you're on the clock. We'll give you 15 seconds. Gonna jump into Moon Rover. You better believe we're gonna give you guys stickers so you actually can, dress these things up. Moonshot, 25 points for the Moon Rover. Gonna head over to the DZ. Speeding along. Look, he's in reverse. And look at that. Backed all the way up. Didn't even fall off the stairs. It's pretty impressive stuff. Gonna play Heal and Seal. Amanda, I got a feeling, just like the guns, you will not be allowed in the Moon Rover. I'm pretty sure they're not going to allow you to drive. All right, he's got unlimited range. So he goes F6. I'm assuming that's a Red's Revenge. So F6, Red's Revenge loaded. And he's going to Mind Flay Eric for Ignite. So Deacon, you cannot ignite. He's taking that away from you. So don't even bother trying. All right, Ron says, wait, he goes red, blue from the Deacon. All right, Moon jumps into Rover, goes to DZ, heals and seals, throws an F6 Red's Revenge to the wall. He can do that. He's got range. He's going to put Mind Flay on Deacon so he can't ignite later on in the game. And Ron is going to use a red, blue from the Deacon. Red, blue, second blue of the game. And that is going to break Moon's absorption. Not his seal because he has first turn absorption. All right, that's the end of round number 1, everybody. That's good stuff. So we've got Ron, the only person getting a blessing. We've got Ron, got the Temple first round, Moonshot, got the DZ. They're the only two. I'm not going to announce what they have. You need to keep up with it going forward. All I'll say is those two have the Rovers, so they are the only two that qualify for Occupy zones. And Ron did get the Temple this round. Moonshot got the DZ. You guys figure out the rest. We'll let you know at the end. All right, we're going to go to Strawman. Strawman is 0-0. DZ points is 25-25. And Moon got a Moon Halo. Moon with a Halo. Cat with a Halo. All right. Let's go to Trigger. Trigger round number 2. All right, Trigger is going to Luna Lamp for Deacon. So that is her legendary, and as you know, that would give Deacon the ability to use 3 Super 8s throughout the game, as long as he doesn't use an H9. So Luna Lamp to Deacon. Going to go Mythic Kang to Main Street Boss. Trigger playing Mythic Kang. Could be worth 63 if it caps. F4 Elmo loaded to the wall. Going to haunt B-Dub. Lower B-Dub's damage. Moonshot with minus damage. B-Dub with minus damage. And B-Dub with a -3. Hinder. Yep. All right. Yep, Jason. I'll explain second round Temple. 1 second. So Luna Lamp, Mythic Kang, F4 Elmo to the wall, haunt B-Dub. So B-Dub, let me know about the F4 Elmo loaded. Does it hit? Okay, F4 Elmo. That is 3/4 of a green. Going to finish off the green. Going to take a blue, and we're giving them 25% of a blue. So that means they got 3/4 blue left. Okay. When you get to round number 2, okay, I'll start with round number 1. Round number 1, you can only hit your flame, and you can be the only person to occupy it. So you can't hit the other team's flame. In round number 2, either team can hit that flame, and whoever hits it is the only one that can occupy it that round. So let's just say, for example, instead of hitting the wall just then, Trigger would have said, I'm going to hit that flame. That means VOX would be the only team that could occupy it. However, you could still knock Ron out and occupy Ron's chamber because it was put out the previous round. So doesn't make a whole lot of sense, I guess, for Trigger to put out the flame. It would keep you from getting in your chamber, but you could always get in Ron's. Now, whoever puts out that flame still in this round is the only team that can occupy it for the rest of the game. So if that flame stays lit, it can't be occupied until somebody puts it out, and whoever puts it out is the only team that can occupy it the round it's put out. Once they're put out, then you can occupy it. You can knock them out. Even in round number 1, you guys could knock Ron out once he occupies it. So, okay. All right, let's go to B-Dub. It's only the initial occupation of it. All right, B-Dub's going to go Mythic Kang to Amanda's boss. Could be worth 63 if that caps. We got a couple Mythic Kangs out there. Pet Repel and Cadet to the flame. B-Dub playing a Pet Repel. She's going to put it out. So again, MIR is the only team that can occupy that chamber this round. Now, if they don't occupy it, anybody can occupy it freely next round. But once it's occupied, if Amanda sneaks in there, then somebody could knock her out and still occupy both chambers. Once you set foot in there, somebody can push you out and then take it over for you. Even the same round you put out the flame. All right, so B-Dub, good to go. Let's go over to Ron. Ron in the temple, in the rover. Absolutely. Big shout out to all of our super fans. Trigger, I hope they're loud. I hope they're proud. These guys are playing hard for them. All right, Father Ron's going Mythic Kang to Trigger's boss. All right, we're stacking Main Street. We got Ron up there now getting a possible 63 as well. Ron playing Mythic Kang and going to move to the bomber zone. Going to play a Pet Repel. Going to haunt B-Dub. B-Dub has already been haunted for damage. Ron, it doesn't stack, but since you did haunt her, you got to pick another category. You can't change the ability, but you do have to change what it does. You can only be haunted individually. Hinder stacks. Haunt. All right, so they're taking... B-Dub now has minus damage, and she has minus health. Damage and health, B-Dub, is both lower. All right, B-Dub says that Straw Man hits, and Ron playing a Pet Repel. All right, again, moving to the bomber zone, Mythic Kang, Pet Repel, Lighting Strawman, and Haunting B-Dub, lowering her health. So now we got the first Strawman lit. Ron takes 10% damage from smoke inhalation. Ron is at 90% health. Does not break his seal, but the damage goes directly to him. And the reason Kel did not take smoke inhalation is because she hit the flame. In order to hit the Strawman, she hit it with Mythic Torrent. So her pet survived it. Okay? Let's go from Ron to Amanda. Amanda, you're up. You do have extra health, but Ron, you have extra health from the smog, not the zones. So your extra health is in your bosses get the health. The cobblestone is where you get the extra health. Not the DZ, not the rover, not the tank, not the well. Yep, it's just the smog. It's kind of like the oceans from the Isles. MIR, for example, their boss is 100%. Your boss over on the left side is 110. But your boss on Main Street is 100. I mean, no, you're right. Your challenge is right. VOX does get extra health at home. You're not wrong. Nope. The well is round 3 and round 5. If you're in the well to start those turns, you take suffocation, which is 20 points that comes off your health. And that's just in 3 and 5. All right, unforeseen. Mythic Kang to her boss. All right, that could be worth 63. We got another 63 out there. Arc Spark Seismic loaded to the nerfed wall. Ron says it hits. All right, first Seismic is going to hit. Now, I'm going to put another arrow up here just to remind you guys that there's one Seismic. It looks like an earthquake, right? It's huge. It's a huge arrow. All right, Amanda has the Burnous nerfed wall. Now, she still threw a grenade that had no juice on it. It is a Seismic. So we saw the previous non-juiced hit for a full green. This one's going to hit for 1.5 green. So we take this one down. But instead of 75, MIR has 25 green remaining. So she got a block and a half because of the Burnous. So we've got MIR with a quarter green block. We've got VOX with 1 3/4 blue. Let's go from Amanda over to the Deacon. Deacon is round 2. And in round 2, your tank is now in Rage 2. Every round, it continues to escalate as long as you're in it. So Deacon with a +2 from the tank, a -1 from the hinder. Why Deacon is typing his moves, for those of you watching, just another explanation. When you hit a straw man with an attack, a red attack, not putting out a flame, you take 10 points of smoke inhalation. Your pet does not. In rounds 3 and round 5, if you're in the DZ, you are subject to elevation, which means any lingering smokes or any seals, pet repel, seal smokes, they go away. Absorption stays. Also in round 3 and 5, if you're in the bomber zone, you lose 20% of your health. Even if you come off the bench and start in the bomber zone or start that round in the bomber zone, you take 20% health. That's the 3 mechanics from loss of life in the morgue. All right, going to drop Pet Repel for the Deacon. S4 Red's Revenge. After his tank, B-Dub, it's going to be the equivalent of of an F5. Going to hinder B-Dub. That is the max she can be hindered. B-Dub is at a -4. Cannot stack any more hinder on her. And Mythic Kang to triggers boss. All right. Mythic Kang can be played after Rod steals the block. So Rod takes the first block out, then the Mythic Kang will go into place. His Mythic Kang could be worth 63 if it caps. All right, he's going to go Lost Soul to their chest. All right, I know you guys love some Lost Soul. That will be, they're like, when's the next pack opening event? So the Lost Soul Well is cast on an enemy boss. If that boss caps, receive 25% of all points from boss and any Kangs that's on there. So anything that caps in this MIR chest over here. I need a good icon for it. Let's do this. Oh, I know you guys love the Lost, don't you? They touch you, they're going to take your XP. All right, we're going to put that right here. So if this caps everything over here, VOX gets 25% of that. All right, Pet Repel. S4 Res Revenge. Give him +2, take away 1. That's going to be an S5 Res Revenge. The Soul Well to their chest. Hinder B-Dub and a Mythic Kang to triggers boss. Let's get the damage from the F5's Red Revenge, and I think that's going to be the strongest one to hit so far because of the type of grenade and the juice on it. So after Rod hits, we've got a fresh blue block, crushes it, barely taps the teardrop to get rid of that block, and we're going to give Deacon another red block. So you got a little bit more than 2 blocks. You got a red, you got a blue, and then you got the carryover damage to get rid of the teardrop. So let's go from Deacon over to Kel in the DZ. Kel, you're on the clock. I'll give you 20 seconds. All right, Kel's going to head into the temple. No movement penalty. It was just a couple steps. Orbital to their wall. I mean, to her wall, obviously. Pet Repel. And a Seismic, Ron. They're looking to rock the boat. Don't rock the boat, baby. Rock the boat. Don't tip the boat over. Rock the boat. Oh. Oh. All right. We're going to rock the boat, but they ain't rocking the boat because Ron's playing gold blue from Cat. Final blue of the game for Team VOX. Goes to the temple. Plays Orbital. Pet Repel. Seismic is stopped. It's second turn. Kel, that red-blue is going to break your seal. All right, let's go from Kel over to Cat. We got Cat, we got Moon, and then we got our mystery subs. And nobody disabled a Cyborg in round number 1, so this is going to be entertaining. MIR's got a couple cyborgs. VOX got a couple cyborgs. All right, Cat gonna go. Mythic Kang. Man, VOX is stacking the Kangs. Good golly, Miss Molly. I got to replenish the Kang stash up here. All right, let's get another one. Every player from VOX has a Kang on that boss. Now's where you need that one. It doesn't let you put a whole lot of Kangs on a whole lot of things. But that ain't happening. Mythic Kang triggers boss, pet repel, and absorption. And at the beginning of the turn, Cat also takes. She had Rod out. So Rod is going to steal another red block. All right, Rod takes a block. She plays Mythic Kang. Pet repel, absorption, Inferno to Strawman. B-Dub says it hits. VOX has already lit more Strawman than was lit all the whole game on Monday night. All right, let's go from Cat over to Moonshot. Moonshot in the Moon Rover. All right, activate Wrath. Kang's on Main Street. So this is going to be Moon Trifecta, correct? All right. So Ron, he's going to go Trifecta, which is going to hit 3 of them. You guys are loving that Wrath now, aren't you? And then Gold Blitz to the other one and send a Vile Smoke over to Cat. All right, so Ron, one of them is going to die, correct? Because he's going Trifecta, which is going to give him 3 shots. You got 4. You have 4 up there, Ron. Correct. Yeah, he's using the Legendary Wrath, activating it, using Trifecta, which is 3 shots, and then a Gold Blitz. Okay, so one is going to die. Moon killing one of them. The other 3 are going to live, but they are going double Kangs. All right, so they're all 3 remaining. All right, and that's it. That's the end of round number 3. At the end of round number 3, we've got 1 blessing for Team MIR. Kel's the only person. Oh! Trigger's at the steps. She rotates in. Lo siento. Trigger getting a blessing as well. All right, so we've got Trigger and Kel. Moonshot Cat getting 25-25. Strawman, we got 10 points for VOX, 0 for MIR. And Halos, we got Moon grabbing a second Halo. And we got Cat grabbing a second Halo. All right, captains, give me your subs. And subs, give me your buffs. All right, Samurai coming in for Amanda. JJ coming in as a defender. Football for Trigger, Rocket as a tank. Okay, I'm going to start with... No, but let me explain what happened, Moon. So the Vile Smoke broke her absorption last round from the Vile Smoke. She played Mythic Kang, Boss, Pet Repel, Absorption, and Inferno. So when you play the Vile breaks her absorption. And yes, the Inferno Grenade, the Inferno Grenade should have hit her for 10. Yeah, you guys do me a favor. Keep pointing that out. I don't care who you are, if you're playing or not. If I miss a straw man inhalation, that's the hardest mechanic for me to keep up with right now. So just call it out, even if you're watching, at least for a week or two until I get it, because I got to track that health. And it's just, it's different. So Cat did take 10% from that damage. However, the Vile Smoke also, anybody takes inhalation damage. The Vile Smoke broke her absorption that she played. And I'm going to get to the elevation in a second as well. All right, so both those things, one hit Ron for 10, one hit Cat for 10. They're both at 90. Okay, I'm going to start with the DZs. Moonshot loses his seal. Cat loses the vial smoke. Lingering smokes go away in the DZ, elevation. But she also loses her seal and her pet repel. So it's a good move by Moonshot to play the vial smoke to get rid of her absorption. Because if not, she would still have that and she would have the other two gone. Okay, now that we've got the straw man taken care of and the elevation, let's go at the suffocation. Suffocation, Samurai comes into game, she starts at 80%. Football comes into game, he starts at 80%. Ron is at 90, Ron is going to go down to 70%. All three of those people in the well, whether you ended the round and started it here or you came off the bench, 20, 20, 20. All right, everybody should be good. We should have subs, everybody ready to go. Let's start out with Football Master. Football Master, at the start of your turn, VOX is going to cap 3 Mythic Kangs. That's 189 right there if you're keeping score. It's what VOX does, 63 times 3, and they're also going to cap their first chest, which is a Dark Boss. That's a bonus 25. And let's give them the first flag of the game. I took the under in this game. I may be wrong. It may go over the total. I was expecting low scoring, but it might be a high scoring affair. All right, Football Master, you're up. We're going to give you 20 seconds. Get your move in. We're in round number 3, everybody. Keep the flow going. Got good game flow so far. Y'all give Football Master a big shout out. She Boy Gain is playing in their first playoff in like 8 years against Whack My Knee, and they're going to shock the world, everybody. I got She Boy Gain is going to score 35. Whack My Knee is going to play, they're going to score 31. We're going to beat them by 4. We're going to pull the upset. Number 1 versus number 8. Do not count them out. I would onside kick to start the game. Run a reverse every down. Flea flickers. Statue of Liberty play. Everything. Come out of the playbook. Zach, leave it all out on the field. There is no tomorrow. All right, football, moving to the temple. Going to go boss to Main Street. Going to play boss in 3. We'll cap in 5. Going to heal and seal. M7 Lithium with Echo. It's going to carry +1 over to Ron. And he is bringing, he's bringing the juice. Not only a lithium, an M7 Lithium. Temple, Boston, Main Street, heal and seal. A lot of juice on that. B-Dub going to go gold blue. First blue of the game for Team MIR. It's going to break football's absorption. All right, so football just coming in the game. He is at 80. And gold blue going to take his absorption out of play. Let's go from football over to B-Dub. And the Healing Seal is going to bring him up to 90, by the way. Once the Healing Seal resolves, it's going to get him from 80 back up to 90. We got B-Dub, Ron, Samurai. All right, B-Dub's going to summon Mags. Mags coming in play with a seal. Well, still 2 blocks in the second round, but keep in mind, comes into the game with the seal. Going to go Vines to Ron. Going to haunt Ron for damage. Going to lower Ron's damage. He's in the minus. Seismic loaded to the wall, Ron. All right, Mags is in play. Ron, let me know if Vines hits, and let me know if the Seismic hits. All right, both hit. Now, the Seismic affects the Scarage, the Tank, or the Rover. Any of those 3 are affected by, any vehicles are affected by the Seismic. So I'm going to start out with the Vines. B-Dub, tell me what you want to tip over. All right, so we're going to break Ron's seal. We're also going to take Ron down to 60% health. And he is under the effect of Vines. All right, so that is the second Seismic. And again, you continue to play. You can play as many Seismics as you want, but every 2, you can tip something over. So Ron's under the effect of Vines. So that's 2 Seismics. They're going to eject the Deacon out of the tank. Sorry, Eric. No more tank for you. Unless it is risen. Otherwise, it is gone. All right, so we got Deacon still in the tank zone. Right there, but with no tank. It was Seismic. All right, Mags in play, Vines in play, Seismic, haunt Ron. Let's go from B-Dub over to Ron. Ron, you got a +1 multiplier. Your health is at 60%, and you are under the effect of Vines. We're going to cap Ron's boss to start out. Team VOX now with 2 flags to 0. VOX out to an early lead. But don't let the early leads fool you. We know who they're playing. We got Ron, and then we got Samurai. Ron, are we playing Squid Bid or not? You can tell me after your turn. It's fine. Killing a squid, everybody. No squid tonight. All right, Ron driving over to the tank zone. Wow, it's a pretty crowded tank zone we got there. Yes. Give me a second. I'll get back to Bonnie's seismic as well. All right, going to move to tank. Red Blaze to Strawman. Heal and Seal. F5, Mighty Mike loaded to their wall with Echo. B-Dub, hold up. Let me do your wall damage before I add Ron's damage to that. So I want to get the seismic in play. And again, MIR has 25 green. They still got the Burnous. We saw the seismic. She's getting another 1.5. So we're going to take that green out of play. Green goes off the board. Blue goes off the board. And we got 75 blue remaining. So that's 1 3/4 blue. Burnous is still in effect. All right, so that's B-Dub's damage from the seismic. Ron moves to tank. Red Blaze to Strawman. Heal and Seal. So Red Blaze is going to give us a third flame. Heal and Seal for Ron would get rid of the vines, would also bring him back up to 70. Going to go F5, Mighty Mike, and he's going to go Echo to give Deacon a +1. And that would basically make Deacon even. He's -1 with Hinder. That would have him a starting point of 0. B-Dub says it hits, so we're going to see an F5 Mighty Mike loaded with Echo. That's going to give Ron a +2. It's going to make it an S7. All right, S7. A 75 blue. We're going to build a 25 back. All right, Ron putting 1.5 back with the S7 boost to it. 25 green. It's a good shot. It's a Mighty Mike, but he's got a 7 rage multiplier on top of it. So we're back to 25 green. Burnous has no effect on rebuilding walls. Only when the home team damages it. All right, let's go from Ron over to Samurai. Ron's Strong in Rage basically did back what the seismic took off. But you can see the impact of those strong grenades. Whether it's a seismic, whether it's a rapture, whether it's Vlad's verdict. Obviously, Vlad's verdict strongest in the game. All right, Samurai's going to play boss because Amanda's boss is going to cap. All right, let me give you guys the points. Now, Lost Soul is good, but keep in mind, the first flag that caps is worth 150. So it's not a 250 point save there. So what VOX is going to get is 25% of 63 plus 63 plus 150. So 25% of 276 is 69 points that VOX is going to get for the Lost Soul play. So Lost Soul is played. Now, MIR is going to get 150 flag, and they're going to get 63 and 63. So MIR capping 2 Kangs, 63, 63, and also getting their first flag of the game. And a Samurai is going to play another flag. So balls to their chest, Samurai playing balls in 3 with cap in 5. Going to go heal and seal. F5's red revenge. Football's going to intervene it. So let's give her the heal and seal. And that's going to take Riley up to 90. So she's getting that suffocation back. And suffocation is probably one of my favorite mechanics. It really makes bombers think about their health a little bit more. All right, balls to their chest, heal and seal. F5's red revenge. Football master shuts it down. Let's go over to the Deacon. Deacon, you're starting at a net 0 from the bomber zone because you got a -1 hinder, but you got a point of echo. What's your move, Deke? Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate that. Deke knows he can use multiple S8s, and he absolutely does. He's going to go S8 Spruce to raise the dead, and a gold blaze to Strawman. All right, so here's the way this works. He's got a 33% chance, so he's still got to pick it. There is only one thing dead, but it's not an automatic. You still got to match it. So 33% chance. He knows what he's doing. B-Dub, you want to allow that to hit and let him take the 33% chance of raising the tank, or you want to stop it just to be sure? Oh, she's going to Judas it to the wall. Ron, do you want to let it hit? You cannot. So when you go to raise the dead, you can't have multiple rovers, multiple Scarrages, multiple tanks out there. You can try to raise it once it's dead, but you still have to pick it. So if you go to raise the dead and you pick Scarrage, it just fizzles out. If you get rover, it fizzles out. Now, if your rover was dead and your tank was dead, then you got a 66% chance of getting something. If you use the Scarrage, the rover, and the tank, you got a 100% chance of getting something. But if you want something specific, you got a 100% chance, but you only got a 33% chance of getting what you want. All right, it hits. I thought that Judas was going to go somewhere else. Maybe we'll see that in the future. All right, but it's going to the wall. And that wall is Bernoused. So More juice than what Ron just did with the mic, and she does get the benefit of that extra damage, so it is a good redirect. All right, it's 25 green. 25 green is gone. Blue block is gone. And we're going all the way down to 25 of a blue block. So before it was 75 blue, it got rebuilt. And now with the redirects all the way down to 25 blue, so MIR's got 1 1/4 blue blocks after the Judas move. All right, let's go from Deacon over to Kel. Kel, you're up. Now, just in case you're wondering, Ron, the opposite of that is true too. So if Samurai would have redirected that to bury the dead, she would have only had a 33% chance because your tank is already dead, your rover is occupied, and the only thing she would have been able to successfully bury would have been the Scarage. Okay? Not going to bury what you're in. That's what the seismics are for. But you can bury it if it's on the field of play and it's not occupied. All right, so Kel's going to play Wyatt. Why is Wyatt important? Well, it's flying. It can remove a block and rebuild a block. So ground pets can't kill it. It's flying. And on the next turn, it'll do what Rod does and it'll rebuild a block. All right, she's going to go Seal and Thrill. And Ron, we've got F4 Elmo. Ron says it hits. All right, so the Elmo is going to give her a +10. The Elmo hit is going to give her the equivalent of an F5. Not quite as strong as Deacon's F5's Red's Revenge, but easily takes the blue, takes another blue, crushes the teardrop, and 25% of a red block. Because she's got Burnous to give her that extra pop. And she got the 10 points. So we've got MIR with 2 3/4. We've got VOX with 1 red block. So blocks are pretty close. Let's go from Kel over to Cat. Wyatt, Seal and Thrill, F4 Elmo. Rocket is in the tank. Deacon is in the tank. Ron is in the tank zone. So nobody's at the stairs. It looked like it, but I'm moving her. So we got Cat, Moon, Rocket, and JJ. Moon thinks he's going to be targeted. He's already buttering up the approach. Just like old times. Cat, Moon, Rocket, and JJ. Cyborg fly. Kel and Moon. Going to go balls to their chest. Cat playing boss. In 3, we'll cap in 5. Going to go heal and seal. Going to get her health back to 100. Inferno to the straw man. Going to take her health back to 90 if it hits. B-Dub, does it hit? It hits. All right, so she heals and seals, and she takes some more Inferno damage. It's flame number 5 for VOX. They are lighting a fire. All right, and Cyborg Fly is going to pick and stick. All right, so the pick and stick maneuver is going to remove Moonshot from his rover. And we're going to stick him right there. Rover will disappear. And going to pick up Kel. And we're going to put her right here. Out of the temple, obviously. But she is stuck there. So they both still have range. So the move in itself doesn't double penalize you. It does take you out of your zone, but it's not going to move you all the way to the other side of the map like a Grizz or anything else. So Kel is stuck in place slightly outside the temple. Moon, you are stuck in place in the no zone, but there's no health detriment to you because VOX gets a bonus from it. They don't lose a bonus. So Fly will basically take Moon out of the DZ, Kel out of the temple. They're stuck in place until next turn, or they lose their next turn. They can't move. Not lose, you get it. All right, and let's go from Cat over to Moon. So no movement for Moon. And no movement for Kel in her final move of round 4, but Moon will be able to move in his final move in round 4. So we got Moon, Rocket, and JJ. And I'm going to push the tempo just a little bit. Now that we got 5 players, we're going to push the speed just a little bit. We're going to try to get everybody getting their moves in, again, in 15 to 20 seconds. All right, Moon's going to Talon Bonnie to the temple. That was impressive how I got everything there and even kept Mags' seal. Look at that. Skillful. Vines to Cat, S6 Red's Revenge to the wall. All right, Vine's going to break Cat's seal. Going to put Vines on her. Going to take her down to 80. S6, red's revenge to the wall. With Burnous. $75. 175. With Burnous, 70%. 30% of a red block remaining. So close to a gold block. 30% of a red block remaining for Moonshot. Let's make it Intaglio. Taking it down, Moonshot. Getting the extra juice from Intaglio. And he does get credit for the gold block because that extra juice gets added to his attack. Retroactively after it hits. Let's rebuild it. Burnous is gone. Moonshot grabbing a 50. Kel getting an orbital cap. Orbital worth a bonus 15 points. And let's go ahead and rebuild this bad boy all the way to the top. And let's give MIR a solid red block on her scorecard. So MIR with 1 red block, 1 flag. VOX with 2 flags and almost a wall. And let's go from Moon over to Rocket. So Moon Talon bonding to the temple, and she returned the favor by doing the Intaglio. Nice 1-2 punch there. All right, Rocket is going to become a tank. Ace is Roxy, Light is Strawman, M7 Lithium with a seal. Wasting no doubt about it. Ace is going to light the 6th flame. Rocket's a tank. Roxy, M7 Lithium, and a seal. B-Dub says, wait. Gold blue from Kel. I think B-Dub is pulling a VOX. It's like, you guys know how Ron doesn't want you to get that last block? B-Dub's like, you know what? We remember that stuff. I think they got a list with your name on it, Ron. So not letting you get that final block, no matter how much juice you use on it. And Rocket taking 20% damage from the gold blue, knocking her down to 80%. All right, let's go to JJ. JJ, final move in round number 3 from the DZ. All right, she's going to go Cyborg Cyrus. Take down 1, 2, 3. We'll start with that. That first wall we're coming in, we're going to go black, green, and green for Cyrus. Get those early ones out of the way. Going to go Sleet Wand. Now you see why B-Dub put the stop on them. You're going to make it even more difficult. That is the first wand play, so let's take the blue wand, the ice wand, out of play. Absorption Potion and Neon Arrow Blue Gel from the Dark Widow to the Strawman. D30 Freezer Burn can be prevented. Rocket's going to prevent the Freezer Burn, the freeze attack from Moxie. Gold Psycho from Cat will stop the next flame, keeping both of them active. So prevention is used to stop the first. Psycho is used. Psycho is going to break her absorption. She knew that was coming. But the Widow is also going to summon Weber, which is basically like Rod. All right, so again, she's using Cyborg. She gets the 3 blocks. Sleet Wand freezes a wand. Playing Ace is Moxie to put out a flame. It's a damaging pet that puts out. Prevention is fine. They use the prevention to stop that effect from happening. She plays Absorption Potion, knowing that they're going to play a Psycho. She shoots the arrow. They do play a Psycho. Breaks her absorption, but the shot from Dark Widow also summons Weber, which is like a free Rod pet. So, great job. Both teams. All right, that's the end of the round. Ron knew he wanted to get those Strawman points. B-Dub knew she wanted to stop the wall. Let's take a look and see what we got. Start with the Temple. Temple, I've got a Blessing and a Blessing. All right, let's go to Halos. Halos, I got one for JJ, and I got a third one for Cat. Strawman. I got 6 Strawman. That's going to be 100 points for VOX. DZ, I've got 25-25. All right, let's go to the final round of the first half. We're going to push this one a little bit quicker, see if we can get it done within 20 minutes. Let's start out with Football Master. You're on the clock. Football Master, give you 15 seconds. Your first act from the Temple. We got football, and then we got B-Dub and Mags. Football does have a pet out, so he's limited as far as what he can do. Football's got a pet out. Riley's got a pet out. And Cat has a boss out. Let's go. You know what? I jinxed myself. I said 15 seconds, and it's been a minute and 15 seconds. Let's go football. Let's get this move in. You're first to go in this round. All right, sixes. For a block. That block is frozen. So sixes is just going to break the ice of the block. Block can't be stolen. First time we've ever had a sixes play on a frozen block. So sixes will break the frost, not steal the block. Mythic King to Main Street. Football play Mythic King could be worth 63. Going to go Heal and Thrill. Heal and Thrill will give him all his health back to 100%. And B-Dub, he's got some extra here. S8, Blue Spark, everything obviously will kill the red block if you allow it. Does it hit or does it not? All right. Does hit. And half of all of that damage. That was a very good play. So football using a little overkill. Ron. Does the pain damage from this grenade, which will be half of what football's total, does that hit MIR's wall? Yes or no? So football's going to have an S8, 9, 10, a little bit over a 10 with the ignite. All right. So JJ getting about 5.25 of a rage bonus with an Elmo. Doesn't get the Elmo, only gets the damage from the Elmo. All right, so let's give football the 10 points from Elmo. JJ, Elmo type damage with a S5 and a quarter. Is going to be good for 2 blue blocks. So she pains it over. It's pretty sweet. She started out with Cyrus. The Cyrus and a pain combination is taking down half a wall so far. Nice 1-2 punch. Let's go from football over to B-Dub and Mags. Well, guess what Mags is going to do? Mags is going to fly on over and take 2 more. Blue block. Red block. MIR putting on a wall clinic tonight. It's what they do. All right, B-Dub. Between Cyrus, Payne, and Mags, We got 70% of a wall taken down. All right, Orcus to Ron. Going to hit Ron. Going to take his pet repel. Going to splash flame number 6. Going to go vile smoke to Ron. Going to break his seal. M7 Red's Revenge with Divine Enrage. It hits. That is going to be the equivalent to an S10 Red's Revenge. Father Ron, it's early in the game to be allowed S10s to hit. Red block. Red block. Double red for B-Dub. A little stronger, but nonetheless, this wall has melted. Some good combo shots. All right, B-Dub taking down 2 more red. MIR with only a red block left in their second wall. 2 teams, 2 strategies, each doing it their own way. Ron, you're up. No echo this time around. Still in your rover. Still the captain. Still got the vile smoke. Hasn't hurt you yet. Still at 70% health. You know what? Absolutely. Thank you, B-Dub. Ron? B-Dub has got a -4 hinder. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is, it's not a full red block. It is 75%. So she had the S10. It's going to build basically 3/4 of it back. So we got 1 3/4 red wall remaining. Because B-Dub's got the -4 hinder. All right, let's go to Ron. Ron, you're up. All right, Ron's going to head on over to the rover zone. He does take his vial with him. Vial, unlike MIR smoke, once it infects you, it will follow you. So Rover Ron in the rover zone. Going to turn Kel into an engineer. Ron's going to go gold orbital. To his wall. Going to go max seal. Max spark moon. Moon can only be slowed with a max spark. He cannot be double, he can be double max sparked, but he's already been stuck in place. So because he's been stuck in place, he can only be slowed, and for the rest of the game, he can neither be slowed or stuck in place. Okay? Can't be stunned, can't be slowed because you used both of them. And F4 lithium to the wall, B-Dub. Is the 3rd time a charm? We'll see. Ron in the rover zone. Kel is an engineer. Gold orbital. Max seal. Spark to moon. And F4 lithium. Ron, they're just toying with you now. It's like I don't think football finished the wall because oh shit, you know what? I'm sorry. They did the pain. That is my bad. Yep. He did, and when I was thinking about the pain, I was thinking prevention. Football did finish the wall. Now, let's go back. So Ron's orbital is not on this wall. Football's Elmo absolutely finished it. And football should have gotten a gold bar. All right. Football with a gold block. 50 points for football. All right, so hold up a second. Ron, I'm going to allow you to use a different type of grenade. Absolutely. Absolutely. So if you want to switch out grenades, everything else stays the same. But because I didn't take the wall off, I understand why you played that. All right. So Ron plays orbital, which would be at this wall. So B-Dub, he's going to play a Rapture. And gold blue from Moon. All right. Final blue of the game for MIR. Gold blue is going to hit Ron. Ron, that is going to take you down to 50%. Because your seal is not taking effect yet. Okay. Ron moves, we got that. Turns Keld Engineer, we got that. Gold orbitals to a fresh wall. He's going to max seal himself, as not resolved. F4 Rapture loaded is going to be stopped by B-Dub. The gold from the blue is going to hit Ron. It's going to take him from 70 down to 50%. And max sparking Moon. Let's go from Ron over to Samurai. Samurai is going to go Mythic Kang to her boss. All right, Mythic Kang could be worth 63. Pet Repel. S6 lithium loaded to the wall. Ron. It hits. All right. Lithium is going to put out flame number 5. B-Dub hit with an Orcus. Put out 6. Now 5 is out. S6 lithium does finish the wall. Give Riley a gold bar. So 50 more points for MIR. Also going to rebuild it. That's a second full wall for MIR. 1 flag, 2 blocks. VOX, 2 flags, 1 block. Kang is good. Pet Repel's good. Lithium finishes the wall, douses the flame. Let's go from Samurai over to Deacon. Deacon, you now have a -1 hinder because that echo wore off. Yeah, I missed on the under tonight. I would have bet the house this game was going to go under, but this is going to be probably one of the highest scoring games we've had. We got Deacon, Kel, Cat, Moon, Rocket, JJ, and then halftime. Then more mystery subs. How do you guys like the new substitution thing where you have no clue who's playing tonight? All right, Deacon, going to bring out some lithium. S6, lithium loaded to the wall. Summon Droid to JJ and Bile Smoke to JJ. All right, so Droid is going to drop Bile. All right, Droid hits JJ. Places the vial on her. Going to take her down to 90%. S6 lithium does hit. Brand new grenade. No juice, no tank. We finally get to see what S6 lithium would do to the wall. MIR got rid of it so quickly. Let's go. S6 lithium. Black block. Green block. Taking down 2 blocks. Obviously didn't finish a wall, so there is no flame spread effect. Has to be the final block of a wall. Let's go from Deacon over to Kel. Kel cannot move, but her and Wyatt are going to build a block and steal a block. All right, so going to remove a black block. Might not have been the best thing, but also going to rebuild a green block. That's pretty good. All right, Wyatt steals a black block and rebuilds a green block. Kelcat, Moon, Rocket, and JJ. Give Kel about 10 more seconds, get her move in. Going to go Vines to Ron. Orcus to Ron. F5, Vapor loaded to the wall. All right, Vapor Grenade. It's great. We did discuss this in the comp committee. So why does Vapor have no effect? It damages the wall. Okay. But I want everybody else to know. So if Wyatt took a black block, if Wyatt would not have taken that black block, Vapor would have just done some nasty stuff to Ron. It would have done 20% more damage. So Wyatt's a great play, but it's just it didn't work out in that timing. I love the Vapor Grenade, though. But it needed to hit the black block to start out. It's starting out with the green. So Vines to Ron, Orcus to Ron. All right, let me put out the flame, so we'll start with that because we know Orcus is going to hit. Vines is going to break his seal. Also going to take Ron down to 40%. Orcus is going to take Ron down to 35%. So Vines, Orcus, F5 Vapor hits, starting with the green wall. Green block, green block. Double green blocks for Kel. Nice shot. Let's go from Kel over to Cat. She couldn't move, but at least she was still in range. So the fly worked out well for VOX, but it didn't quite move them. Wyatt worked out well for... Well, it didn't work out well, sorry. Wyatt didn't work out well at all. Wyatt needed to hit after that grenade hit. And then Wyatt would have been better. All right, Cat is going to send her for points. Started Cat's turn. She's going down to 70% from the vines. She's also going to max seal. Ron. All right, Cat taking damage from her own vines. Max seal Ron. And Inferno Grenade to the Strawman. B-Dub, how do you feel about them lighting the fourth flame again? All right, we're lighting up number 4. All right, let's go to Moon. Moon, you can move, but you are slowed from the max spark. And after this turn, you cannot be slowed, stunned, or your ability to move or slow down. Can't happen. Moon, Rocket, and JJ. And Cat. Inhalation from the Strawman. Going to take her down to 60%. Thank you, Craven. All right, Gold Paw to Ron. M7 standard ammo to Ron. All right, Ron, you got Gold Paw, which would hit you, and then the second one would break your seal and damage you. First one would break your seal, second one would damage you. And then the M7 shot. Moonshot, are you using Wrath or are you using Dark 9? With the D9. All right. The absorption ability, Ron, can only be used if somebody's playing the Psycho on you. There's nothing that you can absorb. Yeah, what that does is when somebody plays a Mythic Psycho or a Mythic Blue, your absorption ability basically lowers the DI damage you take from that pet. All right, so Gold Paw's going to hit and Gold Psycho. Now, the Gold Psycho is going to hit Moonshot. All right, let's go Gold Paw. Gold Paw, break his seal. Damage from Gold Paw is going to take him down to 28%. Gold Paw's low damage, but it is upgraded to a gold. Gold Psycho is going to be final Psycho of the game for Team VOX. And that 20% is going to hit Moonshot. And it's going to take Moon down to 80. Moon's got a little honk to his damage, so he had a damage nerf, but it still is going to be a good shot. All right, so football at 100, Ron at 28. Cat at 60. Moon at 80. JJ at 90. Riley at 90. Those are your health totals. Let's go from Moonshot over to Rocket. We got Rocket, JJ, and then halftime. Links with men to Ron. S8 Elmo to the wall and a max seal to Ron. Lynx will heal Trigger for 20. We'll heal Ron for 5. Put Mend on it. Give him an extra 5. Ron is going to heal for 10. Going to take Ron up to 38. S8 Elmo loaded. Going to get Trigger plus 10 for the Elmo. Or Rocket, sorry. Going to go double green blocks for the Elmo. All right, S8 Elmo loaded, double green on wall number 2. Vox on wall 2, MIR's on wall 3. And JJ. Weber. Going to go over and steal that block. Stealing yet another block by MIR. Mags, Wyatt, and Weber. JJ, final move of the first half. Going to go Mythic Kang, Samurai's Boss, and Blue Gel to a Straw Man. All right, JJ playing Mythic Kang. Could be worth 63. And Ron, they're going to put out Straw Man number 4. It hits. And it is extinguished. All right, so that is 3 Straw Men for Vox. Going to give him 15 points. DZ, we got JJ and we got Cat, 25-25. B-Dub in the Temple. Football in the Temple. Fourth blessing for Vox. Third blessing for MIR. Halo. Second one for JJ. Fourth one for Cat. All right. Captains, give me your round 5 subs so we know who's coming in. Vile Smoke goes away. Cat's Vines go away. Halftime, Lingering Smoke goes away. Vines go away. No one is sparked. Trigger for football. So Trigger coming in, she'll start at 80%. Rajin coming in for Rocket. Rocket was in the tank zone. Rajin will be in the tank zone. Deacon will stay in the tank zone. Ron loses his rover. But Ron goes back to the rover zone. Football heads out. Cat, Ron, Rajin, Deacon, and Trigger. I need Rajin's buffs, please, coming into the game. There we go. And I need MIR. I see Nixie's buffs. Do I have MIR's subs? All right, just Nixie for JJ. All right, Nixie coming in to DZ. Got it. Yep, I see it now. It's above Julia's type. Nixie for JJ. Got it. All right, so that will be B-Dub, Riley, Kel, Moon, and Nixie. So B-Dub going back to the tank zone. Kel going back to the DZ. Moon going back to the Rover. All right, we're going to start out round number 2. And just for future games, you guys can do me a favor. You may or may not be aware of this. In any given game, I'm processing about several hundred items at one time. If I ask for something and you've already typed it, just throw me a bone and type it again so I don't have to search for it, because there's a lot of different things happening at the same time. Just so much easier. I'm not calling you out or saying you missed it. I'm just saying make it easier for me. The easier you make it for me, the smoother the game flows. All right. Just want to be clear with that. So let's start round number 5. In round number 5, we should have everybody hopefully in their place. Trigger is going to be down in the well. Trigger's at 80%. Riley, you're going to start out at 80% because each of you is in the well. So to go Trigger, B-Dub, Ron, Riley, Deacon, Kel, Cat, Moon, Rajin, and then Nixie. Trigger, round number 5. You're the first to go. All right, Trigger's going to head up to the temple. Going to steal Bonnie's boss. All right, so Bonnie's boss is out of play. Going to go red stasis to Kel. F5 Elmo loaded. And to heal smoke. All right, move her to the temple. Steal a boss. Red stasis. F5 Elmo and a heal smoke. Let me know if the F5 Elmo hits. And I'll cap Football's boss at the beginning of her turn. And also give them 63 from a Mythic King. And that is the third boss for Team VOX. F5 Elmo, another 10 points. Getting down to the higher health portion of the wall. Blue block. And 25% of a blue block gives you 75 blue remaining. MIR right at about one full block ahead of VOX. All right, let's go from Trigger over to B-Dub. That was some thievery, Bonnie. Bonnie's going to turn into a tank. Going to jump in a tank. As you guys know, that is a F5, E5 bonus. And Enrage 5, just from the tank. She is still -4 with the hinder. She's going to Talon Kel to the temple. Going to bring her friend Stasis with her. Follows via the ground. All right. And Ron, we got a S8 Elmo. She gets the F5 from the tank. But she loses 4. So it's going to be an S9 Elmo. Hinder will hang around until round 7. All right, they do have the Horus. Just when you think there's no more blues, there's one more blue. Horus stopping Bonnie's S9 St. Elmo. Let's go from Bonnie over to the Messenger of the Lord. From the Rover Zone. Ron's going to head over to the DZ. Going to go Mythic Stasis to Moon. VOX is bringing out like the VOX defense. MIR's going MIR offense with the walls. VOX going VOX defense. Thrill and Seal. Seal and Thrill as well. E3 Trixie to their Kangs. He's like, I'm gonna. Ron is just aching to use Absorb. Ron, you don't have to use Absorb until it's confirmed that they are going to use a DI. Oh, gotcha. Absorb potion. Yeah, well, the only problem with that is I got to give you a warning for double dipping on the potion because you used an E3. That's why I assumed it was the absorb ability because you can't use two potions. So VOX getting their first warning for double dipping. Mythic Tanners from Kel and B-Dub. All right. Mythic Tanner. And Mythic Tanner. It's like, yeah, you know what? You finally get to use it. That is exactly when you want to use it, Ron. All right, you only get to use it once. So you got two. You got a 35 and you got a 25, Ron. So you're going to go from, and your seal is not resolved. So you're taking 60% damage. Going to take you all the way down to 40%. Tanners are difficult. All right, let's go from Ron over to Samurai. Samurai will cap. Let's give her two more Mythic Kangs. And MIR gets their second flag. Three flags to two. All right, Samurai can use the synergy one. It's a great place to use it when you start out with suffocation. So let's get the Nirvana wand in play. Going to give her H10 back. So we'll move her up to 90. Going to play Red Nolan. A little bit of Hill Smoke, M7 Trixie, the Moon, and Kel Stasis. All right. Moon Stasis is gone. Can intervene Kel Stasis. All right, Synergy 1, once the Heal Smoke resolves, Samurai will be back to 100%. M7 Trixie, splitting it up between Stasis. Stop the one to Kel. The one to Moon dies. All right, let's go from Samurai over to the Deacon. Deacon says, I like Nolan too. Deacon bringing out his own Red Nolan. A little bit of Arc Smoke, Silver Spark, M7 Seismic to the wall. Deacon with a -1 hinder. M7, Silver Spark, Arc Smoke combined. Give him equivalent to a S8. -1 would put him at M7. M7 Seismic. Hits. First Seismic of the game for Team VOX. I'm going to put it up here in a big arrow. It's 3/4 of a blue. Give him 1 3/4. Not quite enough to get down into the red. The hinder might have got you there without the hinder. Let's go from Deacon over to Kel. Kel and Stasis in the temple. We got Kel, Cat, Moon, Rajin, and Nixie. Give Kel about 10 more seconds to get her move posted. Gonna Orange Crush Stasis and go boss to Main Street with a max seal to Nixie. Ron says, wait. Cat's going to prevent the Orange Crush. No boss to Main Street. Orange Crush stopped. No boss, no max seal. All right, let's go over to Cat on Cat's turn. Cat caps. Flag number 4. So we got Cat, Moon, Rajan, and Nixie. Those of you watching, it's a very entertaining game. Two good teams tonight playing to each other's strengths. I know our super fans are loving it. Trigger, we got the super fans riled up. Everybody watching. Got Sniper Tim in the house. I know we got Trigger's Army. I see Diana C. Ooh, gonna Ion B-Dub out of the tank. Stasis to Moon and Inferno to the Strawman. That is it's a pretty nice combo shot there. All right, let's move B-Dub. Out of the tank. We will Ion her to the no zone. All tanks are out of play. Might get some early votes for move of the year. Send another Stasis over to Moon. And I think at this point, Cat just likes breathing the smoke. Inferno Grenade to Strawman. I got this one. Strawman number 4. Cat taking 10%. All right, let's go from Cat over to Moon. Got Moon, Rajin, and Nixie. Keep it going. Both teams need strong finishes. Super, super close game. Moon says, I'm going to steal Rajin's boss because I'm a sniper. And that's what we do. He's going to send Cosmic Shield ability over to Nixie. So person, place, or thing cannot be targeted the next turn after his. Going to go Orange Crush to the Stasis. And then Boss to Main Street. All right, killing his Stasis. And he's getting a Boss on Main Street. Moon playing Boss in 5 with cap in 7. Let's go over to Rajin. Rajin has no boss. Moon has a boss out. Rajin's going to heal Father Ron with Gamma. We'll take Ron up to 70%. Gonna make up for that Tanner play. That was a tough one, Ron. And let's go from Rajin over to Nixie. Gonna go Luna Lamp to B-Dub. Dark Boss to their chest. Playing Boss in 5 with cap in 7. Pet Repel. Putting out a flame with a... All right. Using a blue gel to put out the straw man. Ron. Hits. That's going to take us down to 3 straw men. Obviously, she's putting out the flame. All right, Lunar Lamp's good. Dark Boss is good. Pet Repel's good. Neon Blue Gel. And that is the end of the round. Moonshot. As an FYI, and I saw this, if a stasis would have been played on Nixie, I would have allowed it, even though the word is targeted. Targeted for that shield means a damaging attack. So I would not consider a ward or a non-damaging pet a target. Just so you guys know on that. I don't know if it's ever come up, but it prevents a person, place, or thing from being targeted. Just in the future. Yeah, I wasn't sure what they were going to do, so, but as an FYI, I would have allowed stasis to be played on that target, but not an attack on that person or that pet or that wall, if that's the way it was. That was the intent of the item. All right, end of the round. We've got Trigger getting a blessing. We got Kel getting a blessing. We got Ron getting 150 occupy points for occupying every zone. We've got 25-25 on the DZ. Strawman, we've got 3, which is 15 for VOX, 0 for MIR. And Halos, we've got 1 for Nixie, 1 for Ron, and 5 for Cat. All right, so we've got the DZ taken care of, Strawman taken care of. Ron got his 150s, occupied every spot. Got a couple bosses out. All right, moving on to round 6. This is the final round of 5 players. Trigger, start us out. Gold Blitz, B-Dubs, Nolan, S8. Elmo to the wall. B-Dub says it hits. All right, Gold Nolan. Out of play for B-Dub. B-Dub does not. Hang on. B-Dub, do you have a Gold Nolan out? B-Dub does not have a Gold Nolan out. So obviously you can't blitz it. You can pick the only player that has a Gold Nolan out, which is Samurai. So it has to be redirected. It's Samurai. So she's the one up there. All right. Blitzing Samurai's Gold Nolan. Does it still hit B-Dub? It's fine. There's only one. Just a matter of whether or not they want it to hit. It's got to have a valid Nolan target. All right, Samurai's going to intervene. And the S8 Elmo hits. Red block, 3/4 of a red block. You got 25 red remaining. All right, go from Trigger over to B-Dub with no Nolan. And B-Dub, I didn't give you your cannonball, by the way, when you jumped in the tank. So B-Dub had gotten a cannonball at the beginning of the turn. Was still down there. B-Dub's going to summon Rod. Going to move into range. S8 Easter Beaster with Thrill Smoke. It's almost an S9. Going to give B-Dub 2 blue blocks, 25 red. 3 3/4 red. All right, let's go from B-Dub over to Ron. Ron, you guys have 2 1/4 of wall number 2. MIR has 3 3/4 of wall number 3. Got Ron, Samurai, Deacon, Kelcat, Moon, Rajin, and Nixie. Ron's going to DZ Portal. Dune to Strawman, Vines to Nixie, Inferno to Strawman. All right, take Ron down to 60 for the Inferno. The Dune's going to spread a flame. That's going to give us 4, and it's going to give us 5. Vine's going to hit Nixie. It's going to break her seal. Also going to take her down to 90%. Portal's good. Dune's good. Vine's good. Inferno is good. And he took the damage. Let's go from Ron over to Samurai and Nolan. Samurai and Nolan. Blue Spark, Thrill 8. Vlad loaded to the wall with Echo. Damn it. All right. Bonnie, I got to back out your Hinder again. All right. 75 blue. But I back out Bonnie's hinder. Riley has no hinder. S8, 9, the equivalent of an S10, her and Nolan. Finish the blue. Red, 25 red. Red, red, 50% red from Riley. That's a 200-point shot right there between her and Nolan. 50% red remaining. And Echo is going to carry over to Kel for a +1. It was pretty effective Nolan shot. All right, we backed out the hinder from Bonnie's attack. Riley not only destroyed it, but almost took out the whole 225 points of the wall. Let's go from Riley over to Deacon. Deacon, you got a -1, but you've got you and your gold Nolan are out. I'm also in the process of all of my scorecards changed, in case you guys don't know. So I now have to add scorecards with hinder, with the additional damage from the suffocation elevation. So I'm trying to tweak my scorecard so I get these. But I didn't have any room for the inhalation and also the hinder. I just have the hinder handwritten. So hopefully I'll have new scorecards by Monday night's match. They have all these categories on them. Or we'll put a visual on the map. Something on the map would be huge, like with the captains and everything else. Yeah, that might be a little bit better. I may create a map icon so we have something there that shows who's hindered. I think that'll work. Deacon, Seal and Thrill, S8 Vlad loaded to the wall with Rampage. All right, Rampage is going to get basically take up for his hinder. So I had to put him at even. S8 with a Thrill is going to be equivalent to an S9. And he does have gold Nolan as well, B-dubs. So you got double S9 attacks. And it is a Vlad's verdict. It hits. It's 2 1/4. The only question with this would have been, does Deacon's S8, S9, S10, S9 take down the wall and start with the fresh wall? In order to do that, it would have to take down 2 1/4. And it does take down 2 1/4. So Deacon will take down the first wall. Ron's orbital is in play. 19 points for Ron from the orbital. And that is the second VOX wall. And Deacon starting fresh with Nolan. Now, we've seen this because we've seen MIR. MIR's already on this wall. But VOX trying to make up a little bit of ground here. And I think the Deacon helped him make up a little ground. All right, so back to Deacon. You're going to get your gold bar too. Hold tight, buddy. Here, I'll give it to you now. He's like, give me my gold bar. Dang. It's like, I want it now. All right, let's get to the S9 equivalent of Gold Nolan. Adding the S9 plus the extra rage from Gold. We saw Samurai just do it. Black block, green block, and half a green block, Deacon. It probably doesn't feel like as much because it's a new wall. But still, 2.5 walls from the top, not bad. You guys are still several blocks behind MIR, but making up some ground. All right, let's go from Deacon over to Kel from the Temple. Kel and Stasis from the Temple. Kel, Cat, Moon, Rajin, and Nixie. This is another close game, everybody. So both teams playing very solid. Not a lot of mistakes tonight. More mistakes for me than the players tonight for sure. But they've kept it honest and kept me in check. So both of them playing really, really strong right now. Going to fear smoke trigger. M7 lithium loaded with Echo. That's a great move by Kel. Obviously, she needed the overkill, but the lithium's the big play. She's like, you know what? Just give me the wall. And yes, I'm going to give you the gold bar, Kel. You don't have to go Deacon mode on me. Kel getting a gold bar. Give MIR wall number 3, and let's go ahead and rebuild it. All right, fear smoke trigger. M7 lithium with Echo, pushing that point of Echo down to Moon. Let's go to Cat. MIR just took a little bit of momentum. Let's see if Cat can get VOX back on track. Cat, Moon, Rajin, and Nixie. And then we're going to bring our final 4 for each team back in. All right, I think Kat said, I got enough halos. She's like, I don't need no more halos. She's going to the no zone. A Talon trigger back into Temple. Going to send Echo down to Rajin. All right, I've got M7. Thrill makes it an 8. Echo makes it 9. B-dub. Another S9 Vlad's verdict. We just saw one. She did put out a flame as well. Yep. Thank you, Jason. Down to 4. 4 flames. All right, B-dub is Says it hits. We've had a template for it. Health is a little different by color, but it's still going to give you an idea how much this is going to hit for. $50 green, blue block, and you actually got a quarter of a blue block. 75 blue remaining. Every quarter counts. MIR on a fresh wall. VOX is still on wall 3. MIR's plowed through it. So left to DZ. Plays the Talon. M7, 8, and 9. Let's go from Cat over to Moon. Moon still hanging in his rover spot. Box with 4 flames lit up. MIR has 3 walls. Few gold bars. Bosses could be even. DZ points pretty close. A little bit of straw man. Couple bonuses. Box about a blessing ahead. All right, Moon is going to send a Mythic Kang over to his boss on Main Street. No one's going to blame him for that. Extra 63 could be clutch. Going to Anthrax that one from Deacon over to Nixie. Give her a pet repel. I think she has a pet repel, Moon. So would you like to direct it to a person that does not have a pet repel? Since you picked a repel, I can't let you change it, but I can let you direct it to somebody that needs it. Which looks like you. You're the only one that doesn't have a pet repel, so I guess that narrows it down. All right, Deacon's pet repel goes over to Moon. All right, Mythic Kang, Anthrax, pet repel to Moon. Dust over to Trigger. That's clutch 2. M7 Rapture with Ignite. Ron says we got nothing for that one. Rapture is going to give us a teardrop. M7 wall number 4 is tough. It's tougher. And you're going to need that Rapture. You do break the blue. 25% green. Hit the brakes a little bit. 75 green remaining. Big shot, big grenade. Rapture is going to be needed on this wall for sure. All right, let's go from Moonshot over to Rajin. You've had 2 moderate walls. You've had 1 easy wall, and wall 4 is a pretty tough wall. Didn't think we would be on this many walls, though, tonight. So the scoring is going to be pretty high. Rajin, Gold Blaze to the Strawman. Strawman number 5. Thrill, Blue Spark, H9. Wow. What are you guys doing? Echoing over to Trigger, B-Dub. Some heat coming out all of a sudden. 9, 10, 11, 12. This is equivalent to an S12. B-Dub, going to shut it down. Tank, B-Dub. Thank you very much. All right. The Blaze is good. Everything else, not going to happen. Let's go to Nixie. Nixie, final move of round number 6. Going to go Mythic Kang. To Main Street Boss. Binds to Ron. Gas Blast. Blue Spark to B-Dub. All right, Ron says it hits. Going to break a seal, take him down to 50. Gas Blast, going to take him down to 45. Going to send him over to the other side of the map. And that is the end of the round. Let me get your final 4 in here, everybody. So I've got Trigger getting a blessing. I got Kel getting a blessing. DZ, I've got Nixie getting 25. VOX getting 0. Strawman, I've got 50 points for VOX. 5 straw men. 0 for MIR. Halo, we're going to give a second halo to Nixie. Nixie has 2. Moon has 2. Julie J has 2. Cat has 5. Ron has 1. All right, so JJ is out of the game. So unlike the game we saw previously, JJ will sub in for that role. Just so you guys know, if Nixie stayed in, Nixie would not be able to sub in for Amanda. Nixie would stay in her current position. But because they flip-flopped, Amanda will come in. I'm sorry, JJ will come in the number 2 position. And Amanda was in the bomber zone. So JJ comes in the bomber zone. Samurai's going to head out. So Bonnie, JJ, Kel, and Moon. Ron says original starters can be Trigger, Ron, Deacon, and Cat. All right, Temple stays Temple. Everybody else stays where they're at. We should be good to go. Trigger, you got the dust smoke, and you got 1 move remaining. She's going to unholy the dust. Going to go Mythic Orbital. S6 Trixie to the Main Street Kangs with Ignite. Ron's like, at least I got those Mythic Tanners out of the way. We'll see if B-Dub's going to let him hit. And luckily for me, there is no hinder this round, so I don't have to keep up with hinder and back it out. I love hinder, but man, is it a lot to keep up with. All right, JJ is going to use Priest Prevention on one of them. The other one is going to die. All right, Mythic Orbital's good. Unholy's the dust. And gets the full effect of the S6 Trixie. One is saved, one is dead. Let's go to B-Dub. B-Dub, your final turn with no hinder. Trigger had a point of Echo, too. She didn't need it, but she had it. Would have made it a S7. And Ignite would have given her a little more than S7. We got B-Dub, Ron, JJ, Deacon Cal, Cat, and Moon. We'll be finishing it off. All right, B-Dub's going to start out with the Blackout Wand. So there's going to be no DZ points this round. No halos, no nothing. All right, after the Blackout Wand, we've got Rod is going to run over. Rod's going to steal that green block. That difficult green block. B-Dub going to put a red orbital on the wall. Healing Thrill, S8's Vlad's with Echo. All right, let's push a point of Echo down to JJ. B-Dub also has the benefit of the blue spark, so she gets the extra rage from the blue spark. So S8, 9, 10 with the thrill, 11 with the blue spark. S11, B-Dub, Vlad's verdict. That's nice. Green block, blue block, and a blue block. It's a tough wall, and it is a tough hit to go with it. Very nicely done. Let's go from B-Dub over to Father Ron. Father Ron has one more attack. Father Ron! That was by request, by the way. I heard it's been a while since we did the Father Ron chant. The pole dance is coming. Oh, and Julie J wanted me to remind everybody. All of y'all, not all of y'all, most of y'all owe us a Halloween dance. So get the word out to your factions. We need to put this thing together by next Friday. There have been requests for Father Ron to do a pole dance in his priest attire. I recommended against it because I told him that his kids may not get into college if that ends up on YouTube. So I'm a little hesitant in recommending it, but Ron has been known to do whatever Ron wants to do. All right, Ron is going to go Dune to Main Street Boss. Perfectly acceptable. It's going to spread the flame. All right. Now, Ron, what the hell are you doing, Ron? A thrill smoke and a torment smoke. You had to make me give you a -5. I mean, you got your warning earlier. You haven't double dipped. You get to your final turn and you double smoke it. -5 for VOX. All right, so he gets no torment. He does get the thrill. He does get the gold spark. All right, Dune to Boss hits. And that is Moonshot's Boss. Dune's going to take Moonshot's Boss. First time we've had a Boss hit all night, by the way. Going to take Moonshot's Boss down to 92%. It is going to spread the flame. That's going to give them flame number 6. Trixie hits. It's going to get rid of that Kang on Main Street. Trixie splits 8, 9, 10. Wrong blue. Finishes off a blue block for Team VOX. Not much, but again, every little bit helps. Finish off the 75% of a blue block. All right, let's go from Ron over to JJ. JJ, your final move of the night. JJ, Deacon, Kel, Cat, Moon, and we will crown a winner. JJ going to add a standard orbital. It's exactly what orbital is supposed to do. Just like that. Thrill and Seal, Blue Spark, S9 St. Elmo. Blue Spark going to bring her back to normal size. St. Elmo going to give her 10. Looking like an S11 after. It's not a Vlad's verdict, but it's still pretty good. Blue block. All important teardrop. That teardrop is so key on these strong walls. Gets rid of that and gets you 75% of a red block. 25 red remaining. Deacon, you're up. It's showtime. It's go time, Deacon. Rage, Blue Spark, Thrill Smoke, S8, Vlad's verdict with Disperse. S13 plus a 10% bonus. This is the shot of the night up to this point. Deacon, very, very well done. Red block, red block, red block. $50 red, Deacon, 3.5. Ouch. But that's about as good as you can do there. Heck. Oh, man, he wanted another gold block, and you were on a roll. All right, let's go from Deacon over to Kel. S8's Vlad's verdict. I mean, with the disperse, that was timed very, very well. But just needed a little bit more damage before you to take some of that. If you'd had a red block off the board earlier. We got Kel, Cat, and Moon. S8, Red's Revenge, Thrill Smoke, Blue Spark. Kel coming in S10. Why she pet Stasis? Oh, it'd be nice to have a rage pet, wouldn't it, right now? Especially with this tough wall. Still going to give you an S10. Red block. That's the quarter gone. Gone. 25 red remaining. Deacon and Kel down to the wire with hanging chads on their walls. 150%, 125%. Cat and Moon. This game could come down to the two of you. We got orbitals there too. Cat, your final move, and then Moonshot, your final move. Coming down to the wire and two tricky players. Both have been known to do a little late game magic. Ron with the mythic orbital hanging around over there. We got a red orbital and a regular orbital on MIR side. All right, Cat's going to fallacy straw man. All right. I'm confused. That's okay. All right, fallacy straw man, gold spark, moon, and torment. Okay, I'm getting it now. I'm like, wait a minute. All right, fallacy. Okay, that's a great move then. I'm lost here. Fallacy for straw man, but then plays the lithium to light it. That's actually a hell of a move. Ron's like, he's trying to figure it out, but we know what we're trying to do. Great move. Like, I just can't find him. Please, that's what she said jokes. We're in the midst of a serious game here. All right. Fallacy for straw man. No, I'm just I've never seen it before. That's why I'm just a little kind of taken back. Like, that's a really, really good move. So, fallacy for straw man. Torment gold spark moon. S8 lithium. And it's going to finish off the wall, but more importantly, it's going to light a straw man. Because there was really no carryover damage or anything she could do to get additional wall damage. All right, so give Ron his mythic orbital. Going to add 22 points for the orbital. Let's give Cat a gold bar. And let's go to Moonshot while I'm rebuilding this wall, Moon. Take it up top to the scoreboard. I think that's 3 walls to 3 walls temporarily. And on Moon's turn, we're going to cap a couple bosses. All right, 3 blocks to 3 blocks. 2 flags are going to cap. 4 flags to 4. So while you guys are looking up there, those are even. So it's going to be all the extras that make a difference. All right, red Petro to trigger and knock her out of the temple. Gonna peel Torment, Blue Spark, S8 Lithium. He can do it all. Take her out of the temple, get rid of Torment, Blue Spark, and the Lithium is gonna put out the flame that Cat just lit. Moon's gonna finish the wall, and we're gonna give Moon a gold block as well. I think he's loading up on gold blocks tonight. Is that his second gold block? All right, now that is wall number 4 for MIR, and we're going to give them 2 more orbitals. One's a red, one's a regular. So 17 and 19. And let's rebuild the wall. All right. Wow. What a great game, everybody. What a great game. I mean, that was intense. And it was a longer game, but it flew by. We got a later start than normal, but awesome job. So a couple things I want to do. I want to add a couple totals here. VOX got 6 flames that round. Moon put out the 7th. That was huge. It saved them 100 points. Or, I'm sorry, saved them 50 points because that would have been 150, but they got 100. There are no DZ points this round for either team. There's no halos this round for either team. The temple is occupied by Kel. That is the 4th round that she occupied the temple. Neither player, Trigger nor Kel, occupied for 5 rounds. Kel getting a blessing. It's 6 blessings to 6. I'm going to count down the walls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right. Captains or challengers. It is the end of the match. Any, and just from the captains and the challengers only, any final challenges, any thoughts, any missed flames, any missed walls, anything that you see on the board that does not look accurate at this point? All right. We're going to semi-certify it. I'm going to go to the scorecard. I'm going to add everything. But at the end of the game, I'm going to start giving you guys one last chance. If you see that a flame wasn't done, something wasn't added, a block wasn't on a scorecard, then that'll be your time to sort of certify it before we go and calculate totals. All right. Great game to both teams. And Ron's like, oh, no, it's Moon. Moon's like, great game unless we lose. I'll get all the math put together. There were several extras in there. Just so you guys know, here's the way the split is for the DZ. Cat got 100 points. PCP DZ. And Julia, this is more for you because Samurai, Moon, and Julie J all had 2 halos. So they will all split 50 points. Overall, MIR's going to get 50 points for the PCP DZ. But for the scoring, divide 50 points by 3 and give 1/3 to Julie J, 1/3 to Moon, and 1/3 to Samurai, and just round it so we don't have decimals. Absolutely. Okay. I'm going to go to scorecard and we'll calculate it. All right, everybody, we are back, and we've got a super close match where it really came down to some extras, and both teams had some extras. So I'm going to give you a real quick overview of some of the points. Walls, 1,300 for Team MIR. You can see they got exactly one additional wall. They had 4. They both went down to 6 blessings, so that gave them 1,200 plus 100 is 1,300. VOX, not bad. 1,000 points for Team VOX, 1 wall behind. Let's go to flags. MIR with a late game push with flags, 850 to 850. So then we go to Strawman. So you know MIR's got a 300-point lead. How about VOX? There were 2 rounds tonight where they got 100 each round, one of them the final round, 290 points. So that puts it within a 10-point game after Strawman, walls, and flags. So you know it's going to be close. Then we get to Kangs. Kangs, we got 4 Kangs and 4 Kangs, 252 a pop for each team. We've got, after Kangs, gold bars. MIR, 4 gold bars, 200 points. VOX, 3 gold bars, 150 points. Cannonballs, even. Tires, even. PCP. So if MIR was up a little bit, the PCP DZ, Cat got 100 points with the PCP DZ. MIR got 50. So now we're pretty close to even again. So then you got to take into account the dark bosses, 25 MIR, 25 for VOX. The Elmos for each team. The orbitals for each team, 10, 10, and then 10, 10, 10. And then the mythic orbital for Ron. The regular, or the red orbital for Trigger. I'm sorry. Mythic for Ron, gold for Trigger, red for B-Dub, regular for Julie J. So a few points extra over to Team VOX. But it really came down to 2 things. 1, the PCP DZ, and the extra points for the Lost Soulwell, 29 or 69 bonus points in addition to Cat with the Sender. This is how close the game was. We got a 5-point deduction for Team VOX. VOX, 3,137. MIR, 2,948. So Trigger, I'm going off of memory. So with the points I have written down, but naming them off, that's already calculated in there. Ron, your 150 is included in that. Everything is included in that. I gave Ron his 150. So Ron with his 150, that goes into the extras. 31, 37, 29, 48. So again, Ron's extra 150, the Lost Soul, both of those things, difference makers when you go line by line. Walls, 300-point advantage. VOX made it up in Strawman. MIR got an extra gold bar. Crazy game. All the way down to the wire. So you guys can see what the Occupy zones do, what the Lost Soul does. MIR able to come back and even up the flags. That was super cool. Big damage to the walls. VOX knew they couldn't play the wall game. I mean, MIR 300-point advantage. What was really good, I guess, about VOX is they knew they couldn't compete with the walls at a certain point, so they're like, let's try to take some strawmen. And when MIR had to go for the bosses, they didn't have the pets to put out the strawmen. So either way, it's a great game. Great battle. And it's been checked, double checked, so we should be good. Ron, kind of sneaky to get that 150 points. I mean, if you don't have that 150 points, you Yeah, you and Deacon made some big plays with those items. And that's what's really awesome about the games is because you can see how everybody's legendaries really come into play. Amanda's Burnous early, extra wall damage for MIR, gave him a nice boost. Looked like VOX was going to keep control of different areas. And then before you know it, MIR's like, nope, we got a way to get 2 bosses out. They played the bosses. And then VOX is like, okay, we're going to light up a few straw men. MIR put out a couple straw men. Kel was in the temple 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds. Kel in round 2, B-Dub 2 rounds, Kel in 3 rounds. And what was interesting is Trigger would not have been 5 rounds either. I don't know if you knew that, Jason, when you petroed her out. If you were petroing her out to get the blessing. But Ron was in 1, Trigger in 2, football, Trigger. So even if she would have been in the last round, she would have had 4. Yeah, not a bad move. I mean, either way, it still worked out. Cat's move at the end was pretty good. So, if you think about it, like, well, let me put it this way. I mean, that 100 points she got at the end, lighting the fallacy and the straw man, it was such a good move, it confused me. Which may be not super hard to do that this late at night. But that combination and the way it, and I guess there's something to be said for, hey, if there's a red block or 2 red blocks, I mean, if she'd have been in the green, you'd have been able to do the move. But it kind of worked out as well that they were in the red zone. It's like a PDL proposal. Moon just doesn't want to be picked on. All right. Great job. Great job on the road, MIR. Great job at home, Team VOX. No, an upgraded stasis cannot be prevented because it doesn't deal the damage until it is killed. So the advantage is to upgrade it, but it still is a passive pet. And then when you kill it, it deals the damage back to the person that kills it. So it's basically a seal breaker or a damage. Now, if you were to have a mythic stasis and somebody's sealed and you play vines on them, and then that stasis is killed, it's going to kill. I mean, you see how damage goes. We didn't have any killing blows tonight, but man, oh man, was Ron on the run. And I'm not saying MIR could have killed Ron, but that would have been a nice 350 point bonus, right? I mean, you guys had him down to 30. Finish him off. The damage to the stasis should go back to the person that kills the stasis. So I might have, no, it goes to the person. So if So I might have missed a seal break tonight. Whoever threw the Trixie and got Ron's stasis, I might have missed the lashback from that stasis. So if you've got 2 mythic stasis out and somebody does a Trixie and kills both of those stasis, in theory, that should take the damage and go back to the person that killed it, much like the mythic Tanners do. So now we're going to have people that are going to be, they're already upgraded stasis. But if there's a seal or something, I might have missed a seal tonight that would have broken based on the stasis. But stasis is such a strong pet that there's really, I mean, the only way to really prevent it is to slash y'all. Yeah, I'm hoping by Monday to have a new scorecard that'll have all those categories on them. So hopefully I'll miss it less. But inhalation and hinder, there's some opportunity. I know twice we had to go back and recalculate the hinder. But yeah, there's a lot to the Morgue. I know some of these games, they seem a little, you get to the end of the night, they're a little bit draining because you put so much time, you put so much energy. And these will be things that we work on the competition committee to get. The game flow is good. It's just there's a lot to check right now. And compared to last season, it's more damage. So it's not as much there's more moves. There's just more damage going to more places. So in the past, if you didn't have inhalation, it's one more thing that we didn't have to check against. So I got to get your health right. I got to get the wall damage right. I got to know how many straw men are there. And it's still early in the season. So, we'll all get in a rhythm and we'll get better. But yeah, the over-under tonight was 4,000. So I think 6,000 sort of beat that. I mean, it's the highest scoring game we've had. So both teams came out and did some stuff. Hey, it's almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast, everybody. You guys have a great night. Thanks for an awesome night of Play Dead Live. The first 4 games of the Morgue have been absolutely incredible. Next week is going to be great. We got MIR and ARC. First place battle. I mean, ARC is 2-0. MIR is 1-1. But if MIR wins, they're in first place. So if ARC wins, they're 3-0. So MIR's got a chance to jump right back into first place. We also have Sly and VOX playing back here. Sly going for their first win. VOX is going to be trying to go for a share first place too. They're going to say, hey, we want to be 2-1. Can VOX get on the win column next week? So some really good narratives going into Halloween weekend next week. So we got great game Monday, great game Wednesday, great box event lined up for you guys on Thursday. You guys know how good the Wands are. You know how good the Cosmics are. Cosmics are going to be a big, big deal whenever you get these crafted and we get the portal rolled out. We've also got Slayer's Lair 3 next Friday. And then it'll be Halloween weekend. I'm going to be working on inventory for you guys next weekend. So have a great night, everybody. Thanks to all of our super fans. Great to see you, Sniper Tim. Maybe some people will message me, see if they want to make Sniper Tim a draft pick, getting back into a little bit of Play Dead Live. But regardless, everybody, great job. Enjoy tomorrow night. Relax, a little football, hang out, do whatever. And then get your factions ready for Friday night because we got a little PDL-opoly. And there's going to be some nice prizes. Also, it does cost dead dimes for you to buy the deeds. Yeah, we're well aware of that, Nixie. Saw it the first time you typed it tonight. But we've also known that he's a free agent now. So Pediopoly. Have your dead dimes ready. And be ready to go. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you soon. Peace.